The T is a nice warm level.
Good morning. I'm like, wait, is it morning? Yes, it is. It's literally earlier than when I usually start. All right. Okay, I'm here. Oh. Okay. Right. Yes, you can hear me. We'll go here.
Tart 2 noodle tart 2 spin tart 2 noodle tart 2 spin tart 2 noodle tart 2 spin tart 2 noodle.
Spit up to put a noodle and the tart to with the noodle. Girls, thank you for the 29 months. Thank you so much. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this volume. Because lo-fi can never be consistent with its volume. But thank you for the sub. How you doing, cutie? Thank you. Right, let me like just scroll up a sec. Hi, Demon. How you doing today? And GG's on first. And Couch GG's on third. And Beef Money. GG's on second. How you doing? Could have got second. Sometimes you just think it's gone though, so then you just go for like the safe option, you know? You just gotta go for the safe option sometimes. But get them all. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like someone's done that, but I really can't remember who it was. Who was that? Hi, Dabba. Hope you're doing well, Dabba. I don't know if you're listening, Dabba, but I was watching you play Crimson Desert last night, and I am quite intrigued of the game. And do you know how my interest started for Crimson Desert? I saw a reel where someone could get the cat. Hi, Crazy. How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah. They could get a cat and then they dressed the cat up. And I was like, wait, hang on a second. What is this game? And now I'm very interested in this game. Hi, Saves. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. And Beef, thank you for the 35 streak. Wow. Yeet. Just yeet that streak. Get that streak out of here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Demon. Hi, Demon. Good. Chilling. Chilling. Killing. Thank you. Better. You feeling? I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm glad you're feeling better. And the barks have started. Hi, Saji. I hope you're doing well. Sorry, I don't know why she's barking so much right now. Sometimes you got panic. Exactly. Sometimes you're like, oh my god, people are here, it's happening, and you gotta click what you click. Hello, have a nice stream time too. Thank you, Sadie. I hope you're having a good day, you little cutie. I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear that. And to think of it, I was actually watching you play Val last night. And I did not know that Mooney played Val. That shocked me. But I hope you had good games and you enjoyed it. Beef good. Beef just finished breakfast. Beef and Tempest are helping a friend move today. Oh, that's really kind of you. Wish us luck. We aren't in our 20s anymore. Yeah. Oh, but that's really sweet of you to be doing that. And I hope it goes well. Damn. Moving is just the thought of you guys doing that exhausts me, and I have no involvement. But I'm glad to hear you're doing good, and I hope you had a good breakfast. Yeah, she started not long ago. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not a game I expected Mooney to play, so I was like, interesting. I'm shocked. I'm already tired. I feel that. Where's my phone? No. I feel that. I went to bed at like 1 p.m. That's incorrect. 1 a.m. And I should have not done that. I've been going to bed at like 10, 11 p.m. But yeah. But last night, I decided to do some more marking of the bosses. Hi, boy. How you doing, my perfect princess? Your hair and those hair clips, you look so cute. Thank you so much. I'm gonna look for a bit and hopefully be back later. I hope everyone is doing good today and that you have a thank you, boy. I appreciate it. You're so sweet to me. But I hope it's gonna be a good stream because I've spent 2 different evenings. I'll show you guys the list actually. I briefly showed it in a Discord picture, but I found this spreadsheet where someone like has actually said where all the bosses are, because obviously most bosses are optional, and I've said to you guys I want to do all the bosses, like even the optional ones. So I have, because there's so many with the same names as well, and I've even looked at pictures and I'm like, I don't know if I fought them. So the only way I can really judge if I've done it or not is I have to, so I've like been in the game, but I haven't done anything. So don't worry, you haven't missed anything. I've just looked at whether I've discovered that location. And if I haven't, then I've just gone there, touched a grace, and I've marked it to then do today. So far I have marked 21, but I've only gone through Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, Learning of Lakes. You can't see my mouse, which is kind of annoying. So I've gone through these and ticked the ones that I have done. And the ones that are unmarked, we need to do. So far, I have 21 marked, I think. And I haven't started looking through Kayla Dragonbarrow. So I've probably done more, but I'm not going to tick them off until I've just looked. Like, Perfumer, that sounds familiar. Where was that? That one. That sounds like, there's some that I'm like, sounds familiar, but, you know, you got like Tibia Marina. Oh, Tree Sentinel Duo. I definitely did that. And I definitely did Worm Face. I know I did that for a fact. And I'm pretty sure I did this guy. But there's some that have the same names, like Knights Cavalry. Well, I know I've done one of them. But there's so many of them.
Peasant trucking.
Hi, Tempest. How you doing, cutie? You tired? And hi, Theo. How you doing, Theo? I see Beef is here too. Beef is usually here pretty early. Tempest, I actually finished watching that video that you sent me, and it was really good. It was really interesting. Thank you for sending me it. But how you doing, cutie? We're just talking about these are all the bosses in the game, and I want to do all the optional bosses. And so far, because what I like about this is it just calculates for you if you've, you know, the number, which I love that. That's brilliant. But it's not correct at the moment because, like I said, I'm not going to tick any off because I want to go see if I've done it. But that's going to be a thing I'm doing off stream. So like I said, so far, I've managed to go through Limgrave. You can see my mouse now for some reason. Weeping Peninsula and Learning of Lakes. So this is all confirmed. This is what I know I have done. So this is what we'll do today. The marked ones, which like when I counted was 21, I believe. But maybe I can't count right because maths is hard. And then I don't think we'll do all 21 today. Like maybe we will, but I doubt it. And then by next stream, hopefully I can get through this because it's so long-winded. It's so long-winded. I have to look at this, then I have to look at the internet. I have to type in like the location and the name of the boss and put location. Then I have to look at them. I have to open a video, look at the map. Then I have to go back to my game. Then I have to look at it and see if I've discovered it. And then if I have discovered it, then I fast forward in the video and I'm like, okay, I have done that specific one. So it takes a long time. Like this list just here on the left has taken me like 2-3 hours to go through and cross-reference and check. Ugh. We are both up early on the weekend for our friend's move. I heard Beef told me, and good luck. I hope it goes well. I feel exhausted just hearing about it. Glad you like it. I love soup. Yeah, I never watched anything, but I feel like I've heard Nayla and maybe Val, like Val who's in Nayla's chat, mention her before. Because I don't actually watch too many long form videos on YouTube. Not that I don't like them, it's just having the time. But I was really interested in the subject and I wanted to know more, so yeah. It was good. Sandra, I'm up normal time. I don't know what time it is for you guys. Maybe like 5, 6 in the morning. I'm unsure. But whatever, you know, I'm not here to judge. Hi Yusuf, how you doing? 6:20, oh 6:20 on a weekend. Yeah, because cats. There we go then. There we go then. So yeah, this is the plan today. We're going to go through this list. Like I said, I've marked them all already for convenience. And we're just going to go from boss to boss. And I think we're going to... The next, like, 2... Maybe 3 Elden Ring streams is going to be cleanup. And then we'll do, like, the final bosses, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because then... You know, I know we have to... You don't have to do this, but I just want to. Because I know I've done so many. So far, we've done 66 so far. I've ticked off. But I know we've done more than that. So I'm really intrigued to see how many we have done. Doing well, how are you? I'm doing okay, thank you. And I'm glad to hear you're doing well, Yusuf. Meow, meow, meow. We should get a dog now that we have a fence. Is a dog... something that you actually want? But I've been really excited to play Elden Ring, honestly. I've been really excited to get into it. And just start ticking them off the list. I thought I had my Elden Ring muted, but for some reason I don't. Okay, I think we're good to go. We're good to go. Beef likes dogs. Beef grew up with always having 1 or 2. Me too. Me too. I always had Rottweilers. I grew up with 2. And then 1 passed away. And then after a while we got 2 sisters, which we had for a very long time. And one of the sisters passed away. And then after a little while, because she was like quite lonely, because obviously she was used to always having her sister, we then got Roggy, who we have now. Okay, so this one, which is where I left off, it's a Knight's Cavalry, so we need to I want to move my spreadsheet as well, because I have it on this one, but I don't want it on this one. I want it over here. So I can just tick it off as I please, but I'm going to turn that off so you don't see it. So I can just go tick, tick, you know? With long form, I watched a 12-hour video on how long Family Guy would get in jail. Was it interesting? I think like the longest video I watched was the Minecraft... Is it Ish videos about the civilization? That was really interesting. Dogs are stinky. Dogs can be very stinky, and that's why I'd like to regularly wash my dog. They like lie in the garden and it makes them smelly. Family Guy characters, yeah. Bro is for... Wait, and the heat is... Oh, is it cold there at the moment? Hi, Mooney. How you doing? Thank you for the 35 streak. Oh, you know, cutie, thank you so much. How you doing? And how was Val? How was Val? I have recently learned that you're a Val player. Tell me about that.
Oh, my bad.
Hi, my little Funds Bear. How you doing? Ringeth the Elden. Yes, I have been using my spreadsheet. I have marked many bosses off. And we're just going to go through optional bosses and do them. So it should be this guy. Should be a Knight's Cavalry. Yeah, there we go. We've fought one of these before. Well, at least 2. And I don't think they're going to, like, take too long either. Because we're in, like, kind of early area. So we're going to do a lot of damage. Nice. First one off the list. The amount of runes we get is going to be silly. Now we mark it off. All right. My spreadsheet over here. Yay! This is gonna be a great time. Quagmire would have sent. Oh yeah, no, definitely. But I love Quagmire. Quagmire is so funny. I love Family Guy. Family Guy is actually what I was watching when I was having my daughter in the hospital, and when I was having like the epidural. The guy was like, "I have never done this to Family Guy before." It's like, you're welcome. You're welcome. Also, guys, it was her autism assessment yesterday. Hope you're having a good day so far. I'm just tired, but I was just excited to play Elden Ring, so I started early. Is Mooney a WoW player? No, Val. Sorry, Valorant. I'm bad at it, but getting better. It's fun to play with others. It is, and it's a fun game, so that's a bonus. And you'll get better, you'll learn. It's all about learning, you know. I like this idea. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm excited to get through them. Okay. Gamer indeed. But it's just gonna be easy. So we can take this one off. Okay. Where should we go now? Oh, so many options. Should we maybe start down here? And I guess maybe just go up? Have you played Vow, Demon? So apparently there's one here, so we can go there. I bought salt and vinegar chips. I'm not too keen on salt and vinegar. Personally. They're a bit too like, you know, like, for me. Right, so we want to go here. But yeah, no, I'm feeling good. Like I said, we had her assessment yesterday. So I feel really happy that that's finally done and over with. And we got answers. I love me salt and vinegar, but I gotta have a Pepsi or something on deck. It's too like, to me, you know? It's like, blah, blah. Oh, we're right, okay, it's a death bird. We're in it. We're in it. We're in it. Easiest death bird ever. Oh, this is a good time. This is a good time. Right, let's take that off. So that... Something's near me. Yeah, I knew it! Hang on. Oh my god. There we go. Right, we're in Weeping Peninsula, I believe. This is Weeping Peninsula, I believe. Because I just got to know where I'm taking off. Deathbird. Cool. Cool. Where do we get to? Hopefully the assessment went good. Yeah, no, they said they would ring me the same day. And they would say, you know, we'll give you a diagnosis for her. Or if we need more evidence, then we'll tell you need more evidence. But they rang me and they were like, we feel we have like sufficient evidence and we can say she definitely fits the criteria for autism. And I'm like, yes, like I knew that, but finally it's official and she's diagnosed and I've got it all ready for when she starts school in September and she'll get all the help and support that she needs. And, you know, they'll do the EHCP and it will just be good. It will be good. She will start school with sufficient support that she will need. Hi, Cass. How you doing? Sorry, my voice is like weird as shit today. How you doing, cutie? I don't like the smell. Yeah, I'm not keen on them. Cheese and onion. Also, I don't like crisps. I do like crisps. Sorry, this is not accurate. I like crisps, but I don't like the smell of my fingers. Like, I don't like having the mucky fingers. That's what I don't like. And then, like, you know, I wash my hands, but yeah, I still don't like it. Do you know what I mean? I don't like having mucky fingers. I prefer Vandal. Vandal is a good one. Vandal's a good one. So I've never tried... You've never tried salt and vinegar crisps? Interesting. Moving into PC? All good, all good. I'm happy to hear you got answers. I am very happy. Yeah. I know, but thank you. Yeah, like, she is very, like... She displays autism very strongly. Like, she's 4. She's nonverbal. She doesn't speak. She, like, requires support, like, all the time. When you compare her to, like, the 4-year-olds at the nursery, you can see, like, a huge difference. And it's like, I knew, but then hearing them say it, I kind of felt a bit emotional. Like, yeah. Because I always, like, knew she was a bit different. But the last kind of few months, you know, like, there would be things that I'm like, you shouldn't be doing this at this point. You should be doing this. And then I'd be kind of, like, frustrated, like, well, why aren't you doing this? Like, not really understanding. And then having more of an understanding, like, okay, no, she is autistic. I can tell. Like, I'm not having it dismissed anymore. I can tell she's autistic. And then just going through this acceptance of, okay, well, she's not at this milestone. She's not at this stage yet because she's, like, autistic. So it's different for her. So it's been a lot of understanding and adjusting and acceptance, if that makes sense. But I'm really happy she's got it now because, like I said, now when she goes to school in September, she will, you know, so an EHCP in England is an educational healthcare plan. And what it is they are given, my mum's text me. So what it is in England, it's for kids who need more support at school. And what the educational health care plan does is it gives funding to the school to be able to say, you know, hire extra member of staff who is then that one-to-one for that kid and get the things that they need for the kid. And it means it's like a legal contract of things they have to follow to ensure the kids' needs are met, if that makes sense. So if they don't do these things that are in the EHCP, then they are breaking the law. So she will, you know, now having the diagnosis and going to nursery, and they are gaining evidence of the things that she needs in an educational setting. This will mean that she will be able to have it for school, and they will have to do that, and it will give her the best possible, you know, the best possible start at school, and yeah, and hopefully not struggling as much. She's starting school on Reddit. She will be in September. She got diagnosis. I eat Chris like once a month. Chris are like good, but like I said, I just don't. The after, like, nah, you know. Thanks to Tempest. I heard from the shower you got this assessment done for Bubba. So proud of you. Thank you, Tempest. Yeah, I felt like really proud of myself yesterday. I was like literally, I've got here because I pushed, and because she really needed it, and they prioritize her because, like, you know, she is counted as urgent, so it's quite obviously prominent, her needs. So yeah, I felt really proud of myself that, you know, I've got it ready for school, and so that made me really happy. That's really good that they got it done so young. Yeah, definitely, because obviously for some, like, I got diagnosed last December, but I don't think at 4 you would have been able to diagnose me. But obviously her, you know, her autistic traits are just quite prominent, and it's just, if you just watch her go around the room, you can just tell she's autistic. She just works differently to other kids. Not that that's a bad thing. I actually love her to death and I wouldn't want her any other way. And she's absolutely fascinating to watch. Like, anyone who sees her, like when they rang me up yesterday, they're like, she's so lovely. She's actually such a joy. She's so affectionate. She's just like adorable. Like, everyone says that. Like, she is generally just so lovely. But obviously there's things that she is not as strong in as other kids. Like, it's official now. Yeah, it's official. So it's good. Does anybody in chat play Elden Ring on Xbox? I'm not sure. I'm not too sure. I'm playing on PC, so I can't help you there. But I hope you're having a good day. Hi, Pengu. How you doing? My mom pushed for me, and I got helped. Aww. It really helps in school. Yeah, like, my brother, we always thought he had autism. And he very much struggled in school. So I think, you know, her having this just gives her the best possible start for it. Autism is amazing. I agree. Like, she's just magnificent, honestly. I was tested twice. First time they couldn't officially diagnose me. Second time they did. Interesting. Why did they feel they couldn't diagnose you? Were you too young? By the way, team, my bed arrived. Yay! Nice. Now you can stop. You had your mattress on the floor, didn't you? So you can have some comfort now. That's exciting. We love that for you, Pengu. I did complete ER on previous Gen Xbox. There we go. There's someone to answer the question. I was diagnosed with autism at 4, just like my child. There we go. You have something in common. I can't handle loud noise. There's a lot of people on place, and when things don't go my way, just close down. Also, I can just shut down when I get too tired. My brain just shuts off. I don't know, that's an autism thing. I think it can be an autism thing, but I was not aware of it. Like, it's only this past year when I've been more aware of how it affects her, and that I have it. I've had more of knowledge on it. I was diagnosed when I was 13, and you feel like that really helped you? Personally, I feel it's been really beneficial for me. Oh, we have some keys. Nice. I don't know what's in here, though. Oh. Okay. I'm quite happy to do these areas as well, because I am tired today. I am a tired ass being. No, now I need to sleep on the floor until it's made. Can you not put it together? Or is that not something you're willing to do? Okay. I don't know what is here. There is one enemy though. There's two actually. They're the same. They're the same enemy. But there is one that I know I've not done because just the appearance of them looks like fucking nightmare fuel. I swear to God. When we get to it, I'll tell you which one it is. But oh my God, it looks so fucking scary. It looks so fucking scary. I showed it to Beat Drop last night and he was like, that doesn't look like it belongs in the game. I was like, no, I know. I know. It's gonna haunt my nightmares. So, I'm not looking forward to that. Helped a lot. I was able to switch school because where I was going there was 32 kids on one. Yeah, the one-on-one. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Like, for her, I'm hoping she can go mainstream school and they can just kind of bring someone in that will be just for her. I'm hoping. I don't really know how it's going to work. When I spoke to, like, the speech therapist, he was like, she'll probably just kind of have her own schedule because, like, you know, in class they sit down and, you know, they listen to the teacher. Well, she would not. Oh, I'm in the red for some reason. She would not be able to do that. She would not be able to, like, sit down and, yeah. Why am I red? I know I'm still going, but I'm like, I could see that it pixelated. I don't think I'm downloading anything. I don't think. I need help. I can't do it by myself. Fair enough, fair enough. Do you have someone that can help you? Or do you have to wait till tomorrow? Because obviously it's quite late. Also, your hair looks cute today. Thank you, Tempest. I just... this whole thing. There's a bit of lag, but it seems okay now. I can tell when I turn, it like pixelated. And I can see it saying my bitrate is in the red zone. I don't drop frames though, because ever since I, yeah, I can see it. Ever since I changed the setting, I don't drop frames, but it just kind of lowers the quality of the stream. No, I'm home alone. Okay, until tomorrow sometime. Well, hopefully you can get it done tomorrow. It's a bit long to explain, but basically they weren't sure if some things were my struggles or were just because I was used to certain things because my older sister... Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. So do you feel like that did have any effect, or it actually quite suited you because you was autistic too? When I was growing up, I just had to do what my brother said. If we played a game, you know, it was who he wanted to be, and I just had to go along with it. And that was that. Yeah. My parents went on holiday and I was left home for the weekend. Oh, I see. How inconsiderate when you just had your bed delivered. Oh, so one of these ones. This cartoon's not too bad. Could be worse. I say that and it's going to be way worse now, isn't it? Oh. I wonder if we're going to find anything. Oh, you can do rolls. You can do fancy rolls. I see. You could do the roly-poly. I see, I see. Oh, it's a fire one. And today and yesterday my nana came over to make sure I was okay. I'm not just a survivor alone. That's okay though. Like, you know, some people just need a little extra help. Like my brother, like, you know, he doesn't quite understand living, surviving. I'm definitely autistic too, but the first time they tested me, I was 9-year-old, and they just wanted to wait a little longer until what happened. Yeah, there's also other reasons, but this is one of them. Yeah, like just to make sure it wasn't like a influence thing or something like. Yeah. I mean, I do get the reason because. Oh my god. Growing up with siblings it is a different experience. It does change a lot of things. So I can understand that. Okay. There we go. And we'll want to go on it as well. Oh, sorry, mate. I'm up here now. I go sleep now. All good, crazy. Thank you for being here. And I hope you have good sleeps. Okay. I found, I think, because my brother was autistic and was very kind of stereotypical autistic, I think it made me fly under the radar so much more, which is something like me and my mum have talked about. Because when we analyze it now and we understand what traits of mine definitely fit into the autistic category, or maybe ADHD as well. Like, to us it seems so obvious now, but obviously like years ago the awareness of autism was so lacking, and also just the awareness of it in women in general. But I think, yeah, because of my brother, it just made it seem, I don't know, like I wasn't autistic. Hi Lander, how you doing? How is lovely Lander today? I like that. Lovely Lander. Fun fact about my diagnosis is that I was the first one in my family to be diagnosed with autism. Did it then start making everyone think, am I autistic? Growing up with an autistic older sibling is definitely different than an holistic. What is that? Is that the word? I've never heard that word before. You're looking exceptionally adorable today. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll wear hair clips more often, clearly. I'm confused. I'm doing alright. I'm a little tired, but overall I'm fine. I feel that. I feel that deep in my soul. I don't know if I've gone the wrong way. I think I might have, because there was 2 doors and I might have picked the wrong one. Yeah, I did. Okay, so we came in this way, so we want to go this way. Okay. Coffee will fix it. Get your coffee. Is there any specific coffee you're gonna have? Thank you. Wait, no, I want to hear it. This one's doing fucking karate shit. The hell? Bruh. Enough of that. I wonder what's going on here. The chair's like this. Put your plus your female, which also doesn't help to diagnose. Exactly. Exactly. It's like, I don't know. Just seems to be a bit different for a woman. From my experience, like, you know, autism's different for everyone. But especially when you compare me and my brother. Oh, we're very different. But we're also very similar. It's weird. It's weird. Like he just got diagnosed with inattentive ADHD, because when he was younger he was told he had Asperger's, which they don't diagnose anymore. And then, but it wasn't like an official diagnosis, it was like something at college. And then as we've got older, I've said, like, I think he should have a formal, like a professional diagnosis, because we kind of struggle understanding him. You know, so to help us understand, and I think he struggles a lot, and, you know, like, I would consider, like, my mum his carer, and then where would we be if my mum wasn't here? And so I was like, I think we just need more of an understanding of him. And then as we thought about more, I was like, I reckon he definitely has ADHD as well, like, the more I learned about it. And then it come back, you know, inattentive ADHD. And, you know, at the end of my autism diagnosis, they said, I reckon you flag a lot for ADHD as well. I was like, I reckon I could have a lot of inattentive, but then I was like, I also get really hyper as well. So I reckon I'm going to be that combined type. I was 8 when my mum was diagnosed, and I was 9 when my older sister was diagnosed. I go deaf now. All good, Pengu. But I'm glad that, like, your diagnosis triggered others to get diagnosed if that's what they felt was helpful. Coffee with a splash of milk. Just normal coffee. How do you like your coffee? I don't. I only drink tea. Literally just tea. Like, I've tried coffee and it made me super sad. It made me so sad. I felt just like crying. Thank you for the community love, Demon. It do be a spectrum. It do be a spectrum. Exactly. Is your brother high support needs? I just say like, you know, like I feel I could quite capably move out and I would know how to use a washing machine and like do typical cleaning, whereas I don't think he would be able to do that, and he's never taken an interest to learn either. You know, like, yeah, like his room is just something. It's just something. But yeah, I'd say without my mum, I don't know where he'd be. So British. I am what can I say? I'm very British. Coffee is too bitter. I've just not found one I like the taste of. And then when I like go out somewhere, I'm like, I don't want to waste money buying a coffee that I might not even like. Oh, this is it. This is the nightmare fuel. This is the one, guys. Oh my god. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me! The nightmare fuel's gonna kill me! Look at it. Did you see it? This is the one I was talking about when we got in here. That there was some that just... There was one that just looked like fucking nightmare fuel. That was it. Did you see why? Did you see why? It's freaky as shit. It's just a black thing with white eyes. That's like... like... What's that thing? Sleep paralysis demon or something. That's what I think when I look at it. Right, we're in Weeping Peninsula, Cemetery Shade. Take it off. A bit of a Slender Man. Definitely gave that vibe as well. I am just not about it. I can't stand stuff like that. When people send me, like, gifts or something, and it's of, like, the sleep paralysis demons, oh my god, they freak me out. And then I can't sleep. Because then I see it in the corner of my room, even though it's not there. Okay, we've done that one. We shall venture over here now. I think we've got 2 left in Weeping Peninsula. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-da-da-da-da. Is it gonna get brighter? Because it's bloody dark right now. Ugh, it's gross in here. Ew. It's dirty. Ugh. It's gross in here. So this is either going to be Miranda the Blighted Bloom, or it's going to be Erdtree Burial Watchdog. I feel like it's going to be the Bloom thing. Bloom, flowers, it sounds connecting. Oh my god, go away. Ah! I don't like this. Can you stop? Okay, so we've got that way. Is this a way? It looks like 2 ways. I think this is just a pickup. No, that looks like something down there. Ugh. Alright, we'll go the other way a sec and then maybe go back that, because it seemed a bit further that way. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh, that big rat just scared me. Okay. Just keep an eye on our health because the poison's gonna slowly kill us. Oh, it's a fucking another big one. Trying to fucking jump scare me. Nothing in here? I think I need a shower. Okay. Oh. I don't have a torch. Let's put a torch. A ghost flame torch. Interesting. I just want to be able to see. Okay. I guess this is it up here, so we'll just go down. Boop. I think that's the way we came. Oh. Sir! Stop shaking your spores everywhere. Okay. I think we go this. Oh, there's a boss in here. Alright. Oh, hello. Miranda Blossom. Oh, this is a cool area. This is really pretty. Oh, I like it here. This is really, really pretty. Why is one eye like gold? Okay, let's tick it off the list. Miranda the Blighted Bloom. Okay, we got one left in this area. This is really pretty. I might take a screenshot here. Okay, print screen. Meep. There we go. Okay, we've got 4 minutes till ads. I think we could get the last one in this area maybe done before ads. Which is the Urchi Burial Watchdog. That's what I mean. I know I've done so many of them. Right, remove that one. Hey, did you beat Malekith? We did, Fred. Last Elden Ring stream. It was a time. And now I'm going through a spreadsheet and doing all the optional bosses that I have not managed to find yet. But how are you doing today? Some mighty fine horns you got there. You mean these old things? These old things?
What the?
Hi, buddy.
Oh! Can you dial?
Do something.
Do something.
How you doing? How you doing? Is it Mr. Tazk? I'm not sure how you say your name. Is it Taz? Tag? Please let me know, because I want to make sure I'm not saying it wrong. Let me snores. But how you doing, buddy? First try was good. Tazk? Was it that one? Yeah, I love these antlers. We had these. This is what we had originally. And I do love these. The horns are great. And then I come across the antlers. And they're just stunning. Stunning. I already got the clip of you trying my name for the first time during a raid. Names are hard. Names are hard, okay? Just tired. When did you go asleep? When did you slumber? Mr. T or Taz is good too. I could do Taz. Taz or T. Well, I'm T, so that's just confusing. We'll go with Taz. Tasmanian little devil. Bam! Guessing you don't want to go down there. Alright, okay. I guess this one is going to be the watchdog. Enough of your nonsense. Enough of your nonsense. Yeah, you too.
You're drunk.
Hi, Billy, sweetie. How you doing? I've been blah, 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 blah. I've been trying to beat this game at level 1 and I'm struggling. Oof. How long would it even take you to hit stuff without, like, upgrades?
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
I like it, Picasso. How far have you managed to get? I'm struggling to beat this game and I'm, like, level 137. So props to you. I'm around midnight or something. How many bosses have you got to go? Under 20? We've done a few already. From the ones that I've marked off, I've not got through the whole spreadsheet yet. But marked, that I've got marked today, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We got 17 and we were on 21. So that's your maths. Oh, here's the thing. Thank you for the free streak. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look, you're streaking. 17. No, I got 17 left. We were on 21, so we've done 4 so far. But it's been really quick ones. Obviously, it's going to be a bit of like running through catacombs and stuff like that. The weapon upgrades help, but the damage by get killed. Yeah, no, I can imagine. I've been watching like Cupid have been doing a challenge, like bonk run, like naked, and yeah, it looks like a challenge. I hope you managed to do it though. Yeah, I meant 17. Oh yeah, okay. Oh shit. Oh, you little fucking bitch. Where do I want to go? Over there? Where do I want to go? Oh, I'm gonna get jabbed again. Oh. What the hell? Where the hell am I meant to go? Thank you, Billy, for the emote and the hydration. No pause a sec so I can snooze ads. I don't know where I'm meant to go. This had me confused. I can see why. Like, I see no way out. No, it doesn't look like there's one underneath me. Aha! Oh, do you have to go underneath? They love doing that shit. Yes! Ha! I've been in too many catacombs, mate. Oh, these guys. I hate these guys. Oh, there's more. Oh my god. The parachute sound scared me. Is anyone gonna get it? No one got it? That was a lot of zombies. What's been fun is seeing how there was one boss we just did, Jim, and one hit took its health down to that. That was the cemetery shade or whatever it was. I don't know. The nightmare fuel boss. Oh my god, sir! You can't just be jumping out on people like that. Oh, that's a bit of a different one. Interesting. Alright. Let's see how hard this one is and how here. Oh, I've got some imps. Ooh. Do you think it could kill its own imps? There we go. Nice. Nice. What you saying, son? This is gonna be a very satisfying stream. I told you could always, yeah, and it's a great time. I'm enjoying it. It's been fun. It's fun for me. So we can mark this one off as well. No. There we go. So Weeping Peninsula is finished. We've done that one now. That's a lot of damage. I know. It is it is really satisfying. For people who are like, what are we doing? I'll show you guys before we go on the ad break who weren't. So I've got this spreadsheet that I've acquired online and it's got all the bosses, optional and story. I haven't ticked all of them off yet. I think I've probably done a lot more of these. But I just don't know like the names. So I've been spending some evenings searching and then looking at where the location is, referring back to the game. If I've discovered the location, then I know I've done it because I haven't ever walked away from a boss. So all I've done so far is I've marked Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, which we've done all of that now. Learning of the Lakes. So that's the ones I have marked at the moment. And then I'm going to have to go through Caelid and see which ones I have or not done. Because there's so many, like, death birds, I know I've fought a few nightcap. Like, there's ones that I'm like, I don't know if I've done it in this specific area. So, yes. But so far, I know the first kind of column is correct. And it's fun as well because it tells you your kill count. So far it says we've done 71 out of 165, but I'm pretty sure we've done more. But you know, Bellbearing Hunter, I don't know which ones I've done. So I have to, it's a lot of tedious work. How close to level up? Or like, are we to level up? It's gonna be a while because these bosses don't give a lot. It's like 100,000, I think. Yeah, 124,000, so I don't even know if we kill all the bosses on my list today, if we'll even have enough, because they're gonna be pretty low rewarding. But I want to get them all ticked off, so. And then we'll have probably explored most areas, and then we can get back to the end bosses. No boss shall go unpunished. Exactly. I want to do all of them. And I know I've done a lot of them so far, so this is fun. It's a fun little break as well from the frustrations of recent Elden Ringing. But I want to put the spreadsheet back on my other monitor where I could see it and mark it off as we go along. Now we'll go to probably Limgrave and we'll go through there. But I'm going to run an ad break, so this is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take your meds, use the bathroom, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do. And I will be back in 3 minutes. we'll go to Limgrave and start culling the Limgrave. So I'll see you then. I forgot to do the ad break, but now it should. It's got a minute left. Right, just wait 50 seconds. I hope we don't get through this whole list today, otherwise then I don't know what we're gonna do. I need time to get the other ones. Good old stick. Love a good stick. You got a cozy... Oh, that's sweet of you to tell Mooney Billy. An average canned sardine. An average canned sardine. I want to fish. I don't even know if I fished before. Maybe when I tested it. What am I gonna get? Does it like me? Is it rigged? Well. Well. I see. Favoritism. Oh, there we go. Oh, cool. It is checkered. Right, we'll wait for Mune to do the fish. And then we'll get back to it. I like that it does it for... Like, the color of the username is the color of the username. Hi, Will. How you doing? QT got a tiny sardine. I did. The game does not like me. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna go to Limgrave now. So we've done all of this little area. So. Okay, so there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this area. Speak of the devil, fish. I actually got here just before the ad. And how are you doing today, Will? Okay, where should we start? Here? Just... There was... Trying to find some of these areas were not fun. Because the grace I have was like up. And then I had to figure a way to get down the mountain. I was like, ugh. There we go. Waking up. Well, I hope you had a good sleep. Okay, it's filled with these guys. It's always good to know what you're gonna be against. Okay. Okay, and that's where we were. Cool. With that list, not have boss spoilers. I'm so near the end now. I know the last remaining bosses anyway. Like I know you have, like I'm fighting what's his name? Godfrey. I have started fighting. And from what I've heard, I think there's like 3 final bosses or something. So I don't know if I've already done one. I don't know. But I know Godfrey because I have fought him. I haven't beat him yet, but we started it. And then I know you have Millennia. So yeah. And I've done Sir Gideon. So I think I'm like, I basically like know everyone at this point. Oh, I didn't want to summon. No, I don't want to summon. You look cool though, but no. That's why I didn't want to look at the list until I was really near the end. Oh. Do we know where the other one is? Oh, it's over there. Oh, I don't want to know. I don't want to know D'Angelo. I wasn't asking. I was just answering Bread's question. Bear, oh, you beat Gideon too. He's so annoying. He is really annoying. Yeah, I stumbled across him and he had way too many powers. He was just throwing everything at me and I was like, bruh, like, why are you like this? Why are you like this? Does this go anywhere? Or is it nothing? No, no, I haven't been here. It's weird that there's more. Like, usually you would just return to the entrance. Where does this go? Oh. Oh, we're here! Yes, more spells depending on what bosses you've killed. Yeah, someone mentioned that, which I thought was very interesting. And he had a lot of spells. He had many spells. Too many spells. Was not a fan. Just everything going on. I don't know if I did it first time. I'm not sure. It was either first or second, I think. He's a creepy spies on you. Isn't he the one that's in the round table hold? Who tells you all of the information? I can't remember if there was anything over here. Because I haven't marked it. But I feel like there might have been something over here. I mean, I can always look later. Huh, just what I wanted. Yeah, I thought he was. That's interesting. But yeah, no, he was really annoying. Not like super difficult though, so I don't know why he's like nearing an end boss, if that makes sense. Because he wasn't really hard. Yeah, I don't know if something's here. I've not marked it, so I guess I'll just have to see. I'll just have to see. Okay, so that was... We're in Limgrave. Was that the demi-human chief? I was meant to bloody look... I was meant to look at what the name was. Silly me. Let me have a look at my stream a sec. Come on, load. Alright. Yeah, let me go back. There we go. It was... Demi-human chief, yeah, okay. Alright, we can mark that one off. Tick! Nice. What boss you at? Like, story boss or like right now? Because right now we're just, going to where I have marked and just killing what's there, what I've marked. According to the spreadsheet. Okay. Right. We are here. Beat the game? No, I have not beat the game yet, no. I was down here. No. We're on... What we just said? I've just done Malakath. So we're on Godfrey. We're on Godfrey. I don't know anything past that point. Alright. But we're just going around and kind of cleaning up at the moment. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just going around and finding bosses that I have somehow missed. Woo! Oh my god. Hate those things. Why are they here? I hate them. That looks like a way that way. Have a look. Hi Ringtail, how you doing? Is that a way to go? Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't go down there. I would go down there. Can you let me come in half? Do you disdain him that much? Oh. What the hell? Get out of here. No one asked for you. I don't know how close I am. Maybe there's one more little hidey space. Yeah. Out of here. Okay. Oh! Oh, you little bitch. I knew you were gonna do that. I want to beat Malekith with someone. I mean, you can summon someone, can't you? Don't they have a summoner? I can't remember. Have you managed to beat him on your own? Oh, that was silly. Okay. Will you summon me? No. I don't play with anyone else. And I don't use summons either. Oh shit. Well, that was deceiving. But now we know that's there. That was sneaky. That was sneaky. Plus, I've already done Malekith, so that would make no sense. I've done it. He's Gonzo with the Monzo. And it was highly satisfying. Okay. Let's do this bit again then. Okay, I gotta remember that he's going to go down here. Okay. So we gotta keep going. Let's not get too greedy. These things are so annoying. Oh shit. Oh, I thought there was gonna be a little break. That was a waste of a flask. Oh. Oh, there's my runes. Woo! Okay, so we want to go down there. When he comes back, by the looks of it. Oh, shit. That item pickup was not the best timing. Oh. Sir, now. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh. Is he gonna come this way? I don't know which way I'm meant to go. Oh, no way. Because there's 2 different directions to go, which makes it quite confusing. Alright. Well, this looks promising. Are you a boss? No. I don't think you were, so I've gone the wrong way. Sacred Seal? Interesting. Okay. No, so we're gonna have to go the other way, if I remember how to do that. Just about made it. I don't know who it is we're finding down here either. Oh shit. Was it down? Was down the other way? Why can you get up here? I found an official PS2 stand. Let's go. You don't have one already. I'm shocked. I am absolutely shocked. It's an old cache. It has an old cache. Brilliant. Just what you want. Yeah. Okay, there's something we've not collected down there, so I feel like that makes sense. Does it come this way or not? I'm not sure. Yes. Okay. We will wait. Or does it just go all the way around? No, it's come back up. Okay.
Good day to you.
Good day to
Good
you.
day to you.
Good evening. Oh my. Hello, Mr. Beat Drop. How you doing? Oh shit. Oh, he just killed all the people.
No. I know I'm not allowed.
I know I'm not.
I've done it now. It's
Too
late.
late.
What they
What are
gonna
you gonna do?
What's
What's gonna happen?
Gonna
You shoot me? I doubt it.
You have to catch me first. I'm like a whippet.
Ah! Found it. There we go. Good day, good day. How was golf? Did you have good times? It's actually surprising I don't have one, but people were selling them at silly prices. Oh! Was it expensive, or did you manage to find one for a good deal? Good day, good day, good day to you. It was wild, a lot of laughs. I imagine it was quite wild. But I'm glad you had fun. Also, thank you for the gigantic emote. I appreciate it. We've been smashing through these bosses. It's been a very satisfying time. Right, who's this then? Oh. Oh. He's got me in his mouthfuls. Sir. I never said you could swallow me. There we go. Right, so that was the ulcerated tree spirit. We got golden seed from that. Oh shit. Right, let's take it off. The ulcerated tree spirit. Tick. So in Limgrave we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 left. In Limgrave. Hehe. Good deal for £25. Nice. Good people are sending it. Okay, okay. Let me know, yeah, show me it when it comes. I'd love to see. Hell yeah, love it. Yeah. Yeah. We're at 73 out of 165 now. If that gives you any indication of where I was last night. Beach up and playing golf. Oh, digital. Yeah. I used to work on a golf course. It was my first job. Really? Fascinating. I'm a bit worried we're gonna run out though. We're gonna run out of bosses this stream because I've not marked all of them. Okay. Unmark that. Alright, so now we will do this one. This was 16-player battle golf, a little different from the... Yeah, a little bit different. Okay, let's use it this one then. Flying through them. Yeah, I did. The bar you see at the bottom, say it was like that. I hit one of those, like... Remember the one I showed you that I said looked like nightmare fuel? Looked freaky as shit, just black body, white eyes. It was that one. With one hit, it went to, like, that much health. And it wasn't even a special attack either. It was quite satisfying. So luckily I didn't have to look at the scary one for too long. Luckily. But there is another one. There is another one, so I will have to see another one. It might be a bit harder. I bet it was. I didn't want to see it. Okay. I don't know which way it is we go. This looks like it's just an item. There we go. So many smithing stones. I need all of them. Sir, where did you come from? Control your anger next time. It's not an attractive emotion. Sorry, what? Sorry, what? Lift. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna be down here. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4 options. So it could be the Black Knife Assassin, which I don't think it is. The Guardian Golem, Mad Pumpkinhead, or Stone Digger. I feel like it's gonna be Stone Digger or Troll. I don't know. I just got that vibe. Nelucy. Hello, Nelucy. How is Nelucy? Hello, mother trucker. That sweet, sweet voice. Oh, no? Okay. Where do we go? I'm lost. I thought this was the only way. Unless maybe you get off on the left. Which seems to probably be what it is. Thank you for the shouting. Of course, it's well deserved. How was Planet of Lana yesterday? Did you finish it? I'm good. I'm glad to hear you're good. That makes me happy to hear. I'm okay. I'm okay, thank you. How was the assessment? She got the tism. She's got the fucking tism. Officially. So I was very happy. Well, I know she's got it, but I'm happy it's now officially down. And yeah, now she can get the sufficient support that she needs. I reckon I gotta get off partway through. Yeah, it was there. I seen it. There we go. Almost, I think we'll probably finish next Friday. Nice. How long did you play it for? Because I thought it was like 4-ish hours. It's obviously longer when you're streaming it. But seeing everyone play it's made me want to play it in my own time and get it ticked off of my list. And I think it's like on sale at the moment. It might not be anymore. But yeah. How are you liking it? I think Nayla has played it before. Around 3 years ago. And was replaying it for the second one. Let's go, congrats. Yeah, makes me happy because, yeah, it'll make it easier to get the EHCP for her. And it just helps because it has that, like, you know, like, I know some people don't like labels, but when it comes to being in school and things like that, and for them to understand that she has certain needs and requirements, it's extremely helpful to make sure she gets what she, you know, needs. Yeah, look, I can see him there. Lots of love to Beba, lots of love to you, bitch. 4-something hours, yeah, but like so much more when you're streaming. Is an easy credits roll to your yearly goal too? Yeah, that's what I'm feeling as well. Because obviously I want to complete 10 games this year, and Elden Ring is might be one of them. Who knows? We are clearing bosses though. This has been a very satisfying stream. I'm not gonna lie. Very satisfying. I was right. It was this one. Very satisfying. A roar medallion. What's that? Enhances roars. Ooh. Oh, are we done? I think we're done. Let's get out of here. The second improves on the first in every way. You're gonna have an awesome time. Interesting. Yeah. I think I definitely want to watch Nayla play it because I watched Beatdrop play the first one. I wasn't able to be there to... Hi, Muggy. How you doing? I wasn't able to be there to watch the second. So I'm hoping I can watch Nayla play the second. Because you plan to play the second. That's why you're playing the first one, aren't you? Yeah, because I feel like you've mentioned that. Oh my, big boy. Yeah. Didn't last long. We have got 3 left in Limgrave to do. Need to roar for us. No. Bar. Bar. 3 hits. Yeah, the cemetery shade from Weeping Peninsula was 2 hits. 1 hit made its health go to like that. I've never seen anything like it. So yeah, this is very satisfying. Just cleaning up all the bosses because we're in the like beginning areas as well. Ripped up those ankles. He had no... He was no match for me. I know words, okay? Don't... How do we get there? I think this way. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. Should have done more leg days. Check it out for sure. I want to. I plan to. I thought I just marked... Did I not mark it? No, yeah. It's just really satisfying. It's fun doing this. It's a good time. I'm EP, how are you? I feel that, Moggy. I feel EP as well. But I'm having a good time clearing the list. It's been fun. Because the last few Elden Ring streams have been quite stressful. So I'm enjoying this. Wait. I can't remember if this was meant to be a bird or something. And I actually have to set it to night, I think. Oh, wait. No. 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 It's not. It's a downsy one. I just have to remember where the down bit is. What the fuck? Sir. What are you doing here? god. Anyway, as we were, I'm trying to find the bit that goes down. Where is it? I found it. And was like, oh, that's what it is. Remember this like killed me early on. Let's just get rid of you, because you're all very distracting. Where is it? It's meant to be like a little way down. I do feel EP intense today. Why do you feel tense? Come out, wherever you are. Where is the way down? I knew it was around somewhere. I seen it and I was like, oh, it's a down. Ah, there it is. It was like just straight to it. Quite stressful. You nearly lost your goddamn mind. Exactly. So this has been fun. This has been fun. It's just been very satisfying. Quite enjoyable, honestly. There we go. Lovely. But it'll be fun to get these all cleared off. So that was the pumpkin head. Mad pumpkin head. So we've got 1, 2 left in this area. This is open. Ooh. Oh. Hello?
Tarnished, are we?
No.
No wonder you should turn up here. I am Selen, a sorcerer, quite plainly. Why are you here? Really? It's not every day I meet a Tarnished just milling about.
You don't know me. You don't know my story. I don't even know. Tense does come around now and then. Not sure if it's just because I feel... Yeah, maybe. I tend to be more tense and like easily frustrated when I'm quite overstimulated. That's my girlfriend. Be nice. I'm a killer. I'm a killer. I'm a fuck her up, Jim. Okay. Ugh. Let me open my map. There we go. Right, let's take that off. Right, where's the next one? It was... Yeah, we've got 2 left. We've got the Black Knife Assassin and the Gardam Golem, which should be up here. Let's do this one first. What in the crap bag? I told my mum how much you loved that I said that, and she thought it was quite funny. And I played the voice note you sent me of you saying what in the crap bag. Alright, let's do this one then. Oh, it's skeletons. Got some skeletons. But if anyone else can do this, highly recommend it. And if you want the spreadsheet, I'm happy to send it. If you're wanting to do all the bosses as well. And like I said, I like it because it adds it together for you. And it totals it. So far it says 75 out of 165, but I know we have done more than that. Hello? Hello? I have my friend over coming over there. I've not seen him in oh my god. That's so long. Oh, I hope you have a nice time. Oh. Do you have anything specific you're gonna do, or are you just gonna chill out together? Blood rose. That means we can make blood grease, I think. Oh, 2 in 1. Nice. Not sure how we get up there. Don't think I seen a way. I might be wrong. Ah, rude. Maybe I missed it. I don't know. Inconclusive. Wait. Oh, there we go. I did miss it. Cause I'm a Wally. Oh, we got Uchitana. Interesting, we got another one. How come we got 2? We will. Our usual thing is to drink, game, and listen to music. Ah, yeah. I hope you have a lovely time, and that you're like finally making some time to catch up with each other. Life is so busy sometimes, and it's nice, you know, when you have friends that understand that and aren't like, "Oh my god, you never make time for me." And it's like, life is hard. I get a bit of that with some friends. I don't think they realize the extent of my child sometimes. Alright. Which one's this then? Why have you got half health? Is that right? Why was their health already decayed? Oh, we got death root. Interesting. Can we still take him death roots? I'm still confused why some of the health was missing. I don't know. Let's take it off the list. Black Knife Assassin. So all we've got left in this area now is Guardian Golem. I think there is a connection with the lore regarding that assassin. I can't remember what. Weird. I'm also going to go here a sec, so I'm intrigued to see if we can take him any or not. I think people have said he's still there. Yeah. Even though we've fought him.
My thanks.
Oh!
Tarnished. Death.
Have I done them all?
Should not be touched by the hand of man. I shall grant thee.
Oh, I've done them all!
Claws. Feed me
Oh no.
more.
That sounded different though, it sounded closer. I'd get that if I had some friends. I'll be your friend. I'm bad influence and make questionable choices. What are friends? I'm very much like my friends are online because I struggle to find people in real life who I can connect with like I do with people online. They just don't have the same interests as me. Okay, so this should be Guardian Golem. Apparently. Which way are we going? I'm confused. This way? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, I dropped way too far. Okay. I don't know what friends are. People just adopt me and look after me. I like that. I like that. That's kind of cute, though. Oh, we got wolves? God, I remember like the first cave or wherever you go in, and it's the wolves. How bloody difficult it was. Oh God. Remember like how many times I died. I had to do it over and over again. I guess we just go down. Wait. I don't think we went this way. Oh, that's because there's nothing this way. I'm getting better at parkour in this game. I do know that. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. There we go. Which way? Why does it look like there's two ways? There's just nothing this way. Stop tricking me with your cave moss. Making it so appetizing. Okay. It's a bit dark. Not anymore. Oh, that person's seems a bit dead. I hear water. Okay. Oh! Tag teamed me, I say. I hate having like wolves and stuff in the games. It's not what I want to do. Oh, okay, what's going on here? Pop off. Just break down, thank you. Try my best. Oh, sir. No. Have some respect. Okay, so I guess we go here. The hell is this area? Now what? We go in there? I guess so. Just a quick little dance. Yeah, you know, this has been really stressful for me. This is really difficult. Moggy, thank you for the 5-stream streak. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, there's nothing actually in here. Oh, okay. Where do we go? Do we just jump down? I'm confused. My pleasure. It's been fun watching you use your mind. You joined the playthrough at just the perfect time for that. Do I just jump down there? Oh, okay. There we go. I just hurt that one by standing on it. Is that all of them? I think so. Okay. I don't know if you can go that way. Oh, you can. Okay. Looked like there was something up there. Oh, this is the boss way. Hmm. Which obviously we do want to do. Oh, well. Just want to make sure I've kind of done everything else. You're not safe here. Okay. Is there anything this way? Oh. I was about to do my big attack. Forgetting I have my flashlight. My torch, sorry. Just start breathing fire at it. Oopsie. Ow. Rude. Stop. Make sure I remember that when I go into the boss. Ah, there we go. Got it. So it was this way was the way, wasn't it? Yum. Okay. Right. Two-hand the weapon. What's this? Oh, silver firefly. This looks cool. Alright, what have you got for us then? Oh. This guy. Blue dancer charm. What is that? Raises attack power. Looks cool. I don't even know if I've seen charms before. Alright, take it off the list. We have now done Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, fully done. Now we're on to Lurnier of the Lakes, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Perished.
Perished indeed. 10. We have 10 left out of 21. I'm only 2 hours in. That's kind of concerning. Hope you'll be okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I couldn't do it without you guys. Sorry, my dog's very barky. Okay, we'll take that one off. You hear bork bork? I hear howling. Okay. Alright, should we see what this one's about? It's gonna take a while to level up, because these guys do not drop a lot of Rooney Poons. Oh, okay, so it's one of these kind of ones. The howling isn't me. You and that moon. You love that moon, don't you? Is there anything this way? I think it's a way down. Let's Oh, Moggy, you said it. Sorry, your name is the same color as Jim, and Jim is like obsessed with the moon. So I thought it was Jim that was saying it. I'm losing my mind. But why? Is it because of the moon? Ooh. Okay. Rude. Well. Always losing my mind over the moon. Yeah, I know. But no, this is different. Okay, what's going on? What's the situation? Aha, we're at the boss. Who's this one then? Clean Rot Knight. Okay. Oh shit. I forgot I don't have my two-handed weapon on. There we go. Boom. Done did it. Tick it off. Clean Rot Night. Yeah, there we go. The moon is beautiful, especially on a cold autumn night. Jim has a kind of obsession with the moon and like has conspiracy theories about the moon. And then something will be going on and Jim's like, I blame the moon. I found a Game Boy Color lime green in its original box with all the booklets. It's just spotless. Did you buy it? Did you buy it? Clean Rot Night feels a bit like an oxymoron. Like, I know what that word means. Like, you mean it's not that? Conspiracy theories? Yes. Yes. Anything bad happens, Jim's like, it's the moon. I want to, I'm so close. I mean, do you have one? Not like lime green, but yeah. If you want it, get it. You never know when it's gonna happen again. Alright, let's go to this one then. Like two words that mean the opposite put together. I see. Yeah. I see, I see, I see. I see, I see. Jim Moon Fee. Exactly. Okay, what's this one then? This one's interestingly lit. I'm really glad I did this stuff off stream so that we could just zoom from boss to boss. It's been highly satisfying for me. And hopefully it's been much more enjoyable to watch than the searching I've had to do for it. Bros. I almost died. Because one jumped me. Okay, now we know it's imps in here. No, I don't even have one, but this is one I had when I was a kid. I mean, then get it. I'm not the best. I'm not the best person to advise money. Zoom zoom. Well, they were rude. They were rude. They. What was it? What's the word? When they like jump you. I can't think of the word though. Enjoyable either way. I don't know. Like the stuff I'm having to do is look at the spreadsheet, search online, find the location of it, look on the map, see if I've discovered it. If not, go there, mark it. It's like finding these 21 bosses has taken me like 2-3 hours of like cross-referencing, and it's so tedious. Bruh. I'm really enjoying the boss rush. Me too. It's made all the work worth it. It's made it so much worth it. And it's been so hard when I've been getting here to not do it, because obviously I'm like doing it all on game. But I'm like, nope. Nope. I've had a few bears attack me though that I've had to kill because I had no choice. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry you couldn't witness that, but it was just bears. But yeah, there are some unavoidable ones. There is an imp behind me, and there is an imp in front of me. Never seen you down here before. This is new. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you have a good day. Yeah, I've never done a boss rush thing before, so it is fun. What the fuck? Oh, it's you. Okay. Do I have any? Oh, I do. I don't know how many I do have. I should probably look. Inventory. Is it tools? Or key items? I think it is key items, but I don't think I have any left, probably. Helm fashioned from crystal looking glass, one among the Eternal City ritual implements. Easily broken and weak against striking attacks, worn by those committed to high treason. It wards off the intervention of Greater Real and its vassal fingers.
You know what the problem is?
What?
You got it set to M for mini, when it should be set
To
to
W for Wumbo.
Patrick, I don't think Wumbo is a real word.
Come on, you know.
I Wumbo, you Wumbo, you she me, Wumbo. Wumbo, Wumboing.
I wonder if a fall from this height would be enough to kill me.
Wumbology? The study of Wumbo? It's first grade, SpongeBob.
Patrick, I'm sorry I doubted you.
Nice. Alright. Wonder who's gonna be in here. Got a few different options. This seems very clear. Still not there yet. God, he was swift, eh? Scythe. Isn't the scythe a good weapon, or is it like a specific scythe that people like? Wait, did I just... Yeah, I just came that way. So maybe we need to go this way? Imps are so annoying. Oh. Which way do we go then? Do we just maybe go down? I feel like we... I don't know. Might be a little lost. I feel like I may have came this way. I don't know. We're gonna have to find somewhere to stop though, because ads are gonna start as well. Yeah, I think we've been this way. We're just back at the entrance. Well, how do I get to that? Okay, so we went down. Yes, okay, this is... Okay. And then... Right. Oh, thank you for the community love, Moggy. And then it's this way. Yeah, we'll have to stop somewhere. Hopefully it'll be safe and we won't die. What if I do more of that? I think we will stop here 1 second to run ads. And then try and find it. So this is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take an emergency use the bathroom, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do, and I'll be back in 3 minutes to keep boss hunting. So I'll see you then. Oh, I muted the wrong thing. There. I'm back. I should be over in a second. See, they say they're over to me, but the message takes a while to come through. Have a good break. Thank you. Rolly, hi. Hope you're doing well, cutie. Thank you for the alert. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh. Okay, so we went this way. And then went this way. And that's where I want to get. But then there was nothing in here? I gotta head out. Could that bitch tell me how you get on later? I'm hoping to finish Learning of the Lakes and have them all ticked off. Hopefully. If I find my way out of here. But I love you, bitch. Have a good day. But then I gotta spend like a couple more evenings sourcing through all the others. I'm confused. How do you get over there? This is the way we came. I hate when they make them tricky. Any like secret walls? Doesn't. I don't feel like it would be. Am I being silly? Am I being a silly willy? Like, how do you get over there? Oh, not doing that. What am I missing? Okay, there's nothing in here. There's nothing here. Just, I feel like I'm missing something. Because why would you go all that way to not be able to go that way? No. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Maybe it's down here. I'm confused. Oh, the classic trying to find secrets by punching every wall. I don't know how else you'd do it. Maybe it's in here? Maybe not. Maybe it's just nothing and I'm just missing something very obvious. But how you doing, Tan? Hope you've been having a good day. I'm just backtracking. Oh shit. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, we've not been down there. Maybe it is just down there then. Ah, okay. I think we figured it out now. I think we'll find it now. Hello? Oh, okay. 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 You're being aggressive. Oh. Oh. I see. Oh my god. Just go away. Just go away. Just leave. Okay, so I think it's this way. Then I guess this way. Yeah, because there's an enemy. So, what if we do this? Do it again. Nice. Okay. Anyone in here? No? Okay. And then hopefully this should take us to the switch. What's here then? Page ashes. Thank you very much. Okay. There it is. Oh, of course. Anyone else? Okay. Alright. So I guess this way we have to go. To go back to the door, I think. Or was it up? Maybe it was up. I'm getting very disoriented. I think it was up actually. Back to the entrance. And it should be to our right. Here it is. Okay. Okay. I don't know who is in here, but we're going to find out. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, so that was the Erdtree burial watchdog. Do we tick it off? There. Where is my mouse? There it is. Boom. Now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in this area. Okay. Yes. Okay, I wonder who is next. Right, let's take the marker. Let's take the marker off. Lovely. Okay, so I guess we'll go this one. Let's get a torch out so we can see. Still definitely not got enough for... Oh, hello. Okay. We're leveling up yet. A little while to go. Maybe by the end of all these bosses. Oh. There we go. Alright, what's in here then? Maybe nothing? A way down? Let's get this guy. Okay. Alright. Got a chest. What's in it? Spear talisman. Enhances counterattacks unique to thrusting weapons. Interesting. Let me put my footrest out a sec. There we go. Right. Guess we just go back up. Yeah, so that was down here. So we go this way. Oh shit. Yeah, not what I was meant to do. Not what I was meant to do at all. Oh well. Oh, that was nice. Right, is this a thing you do? Yes, I feel like it is. Oh, hello. Now where? Down here? Whoop. Okay. Down there by the look of it? Boop. Okay. Now this way. I'm not a fan of the slugs. But I do like the crystals. The crystals are pretty. I'll give it that. This way? Nope. That is literally not an exit. I don't know which way we came. Maybe this way? Got an item. Got some runes. I'm gonna have to see how many runes I've got in my inventory. I feel like I did not go the right way. Oh, what the fuck? Wow. That was a random lot of snails. I don't know if I'm backtracking. Okay, so if we came out this way, maybe we need to go this way. Oh my god. No, okay, so it definitely was a different way we came out. Just checking. Alright. Okay, so from here we go here. There we go. Pick whatever this soft cotton. Interesting that that is what is here. Smithing stone 4, 2, and a lump of flesh. Thank you. Okay. Alright. Must be near the boss area. Oh. Oh, we're in it. Cool. So that's Bloodhound Knight. Nice. Okay, let's mark that off. Bloodhound Knight. Boop. Hell yeah. Right. How do we get out of here? Hello? Where's the... return to entry? Hello? Or is there not one? Okay, how do we get out of here? Is this it? Oh, there we go. Thank you for the hydrate, Mulkey. Then we got Grace. Aww. I also found a very interesting person, which was not on my boss list, but they are by a boss, and it is a character in the game that now wants to fight me. So that's something we'll come across today as well. I ran away and I didn't interact, but he did try to attack me, and I was like, ah, shit. Ah, shit. Lieutenant, is that who the little doggy is? Hi, Future. How you doing? That's sad. Why is the little doggy dead? Because the Earth tree? Okay. Oh, no, we need a little bit more to be able to... I went the wrong way. Need like 20 or something. Yeah, there we go. Right. Ooh, yeah. It's a character that people seem to really like as well. And I think because of my choice, he's pissed at me. So, yeah. I do Dex. Okay. Alright. Right. Hope there's anything really around here. And well, at least I slept for my lord. I hope it was pleasant. That sounds like a great time. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Okay, I think there's a death bird here. So it has to be nighttime. Or something. It's something. It had to be a night thing, which is why there's no grace. So we need to pass time. No, not level up. We just did that. Until night. And then just mark it a second and then we'll go there. This way. Oh, look how pretty the wow, the sky looks so beautiful. Okay. Alright, sounds like it's doing something. Yeah. Oh, hello. Oh, got me in his mouth. He's pecking me! That was rude. Oh, the little fucking pecking. You're just prolonging the inevitable. There we go. Take it off the list! All this hacking pecking. All this hacking pecking. Yes. Indeed. Right. Take it off. That was a deaf... Was that a deaf white bird or was it a deaf bird? Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to look now. I'm gonna have to open it. Look. Give me a second. We'll find out. Stay tuned. I have to rewind it a little bit. Check the VOD. I can just scroll back a little bit. Oh, I've gone too far. It's a deaf bird. Okay. Not a deaf white bird. Deaf bird. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left now. Yay! That's a very cute mate future. Right. We'll tick it off. Oh. There we go. Where now? There's someone here. So I think we've got to go here and go up. Tick off, mate. Yeah. Today, we should have done all the first list. It's quite satisfying. Right, we're gonna go... Oh, we can travel there. Oh, I didn't realize. It was hiding a grace. Okay. Is it a go in? There we go. dodging. No. Ah, one of these, I see. I might die. There we go. So they seem to all fight the same. He fought the same as the last one. Alright, take it off. Where's my mouse? Where are you? Bell-bearing hunter. There we go. Yeah. That's a very cute little goblin. Okay. We shall take that one off. And I guess we'll go to this one, since it's right by. So we've got Onyx Lord, Black Knife Assassin, another one. We have a Cemetery Shade again, a Crystalline Ring Blade, and a Deathrite Bird we've got left. He's hyping you up with the dance moves. It's very cute. I feel like this is going to be maybe the Crystallian or something. Ooh, it's a chest. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Very nice. A digger staff. Okay. Let's keep going. This is what's taken the longest, I think, just going down tunnels and things. Thank you. Thank you, Boggy. Like I said, it's a nice little break from how hard the game has been recently. Maybe we can level up like even a couple times, that might help. This looks like something we should do. Feels like a different game. Why is that, demon? Oh my god. Aha! It's so chill. It's been such a chill time, hasn't it? We'll get to like the proper boss and I'll be like, I missed that time. I miss it so much. Just a lift here? Can we pull it? Yeah, I was gonna say probably not. Probably not. Just a cozy Elden Ring stream. It actually kind of is, you know? It kind of is. I miss when Elden Ring's been cozy. It's not been so cozy recently. Hi Punk Tempest, how you doing? Oh. Very glowy.
Hi Best Team Chat. Happy Saturday. Hope you're all doing well.
Hi
Tart
Best
to
Auto.
Cinema.
Alright, am I safe? A second? I think so. Hi Best Auto, thank you for the sub. 5 months. Wow, wow, wow. Very nice. How you doing? How you doing, cutie? This stream's been pretty fun. Yeah, I think it's going well. We have just, off stream, I've been marking the optional bosses I haven't done. I haven't done them. I've just, like, come on and I've marked them. So, we're essentially doing, like, a boss rush. And just going from boss to boss, like, the optional ones. And taking them off my spreadsheet. That I did not make. I acquired it online. And it's been quite satisfying, I'd say. I never trust these lists. Like, there was an exit there. There was something there. Which is probably the way we're gonna have to go. I've been out all day since early morning, just come back home. Have you been doing anything nice? I hope whatever it is, it's been a good time. Okay. Oh, okay. Ah, there's the lift that goes back up. I think I might trigger it though. So then it works. Still here was just marking the benches in the background. Why are you marking the benches? What are you doing to the benches? What have the benches done to you? And why are you calling the mark? Some chores, but also enjoy the spring air. It is getting so much nicer. Oh. I'm glad you're enjoying it though. I've been enjoying going out a little bit more as well. I'll be happy when the sun's here. We can do day things. Oh, I should probably help. Might die. Just being an herb benchmark in the PC. Oh, could you imagine? Time to continue Persona. How's that going? That's number 3, right? Oh, he's coming for me. Okay. 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 I don't know which way we're going. Have we been this way? No. Okay, this is just a pickup. No, we came from up, didn't we? So we're going this way. Pretty good. I'm surprised I'm enjoying it so much. Is it the first Persona you've played? Like I said, I have 5, and I'm like, I need to play that. Okay, there's the boss. Yes, get jiggy with it. It is, yeah, I started this. I'm gonna buy 5 after I finish this. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's the guy fault. We gotta break the crystal. Nice. Right. Crystallium ring blade. Nice. Dunzo. Hi, Chief. How you doing? How's Chief today? No cute patone. Okay. Let's mark this one off. Done. Okay. Where should we go next? This is apparently one that I've not done. I think that's meant to be a night one as well. We've done the night cavalry, so maybe it's the Deathrite bird. Is it night? It is night. Okay. Good to see you. How you been? I've been okay. I've been better, but you know, just getting on with it. How you doing? It's always good to see you. Here it is. Oh, I see the difference now. The Deathrite bird is the one that looks like this, has the more the effects. Okay, I see the difference now. I know the difference between a death bird and a death right bird now. Okay, let me allow your message a sec. And then let me tick it off. Death right bird. There we go. Uses magic. Yeah, I can see the difference now. After fighting two, just one after the other, I'm like, okay. I didn't actually need to look because it's quite clear apparently. I feel that I've been okay too. Oh, I hope everything's okay. These fuckers annoy me. Yeah, the one... Where was that? It might have been in Caled, I don't know. That one really pissed me off. Because there's so many of the death birds and death right birds, I'm like, well, I know I have fought some. I know I've done some. Let's go to this one. I was very intrigued of this one. Let's do it. Let's do it. Mark. Don't you think it's weird that Mark is a name, but then it's also a word? Like, mark this. I mean, there's probably many other names that are just words in general, but that was because I just said Mark. Maybe the name I say most, without meaning it as a name. Okay, what's this one then? Hello? I like these. These are fun. I see. Put some clothes on, sir! Put some clothes on. I thought for a moment I was gonna struggle then. For a moment. What about Shirley and Shirley? That's true. That's another one, but don't call me Shirley. That's what people tend to say when you say that word. Alright, tick it off. Onyx Lord. There we go. It says Onyx Lord, formerly Albister Lord, so I wonder why they changed it. No. There we go. Hi Grimbit, how you doing? Hope everything's going good with you too. Yes. We're doing things. We're doing things. This is where it is. This is where the guy wants to fight me. So this one might be a bit more difficult. Are you winning? Yes. I have marked off all the undone bosses in Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, and Learning of Lakes. And it was 21 we had to do today. And I have 2 left. We've got 2 left. This is an additional one though. This is not one that's on the list. But he's mad at me and wants to fight me now. Oh, hi Mark. Oh, hi Mark. But yeah, I say we're winning. Him. He wants to fight me. He's mad at me now. Oh, I think I'm gonna die. He's feral. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to, I swear. You gave me no choice. Why does he want to fight me though? That's what I don't understand. Is it because I become the Lord of... because I did the Frenzy Flame? Are you making solid progress story-wise? Well, none of this contributes to the story. The story is Godfrey, which is hard. So we're clearing up and then we're going to go back and give it a go. I mean, I've got 2 left. That's here. I haven't gone through the other areas yet. And I don't want to do that on stream. So we might give it another go. I'm wondering if the spreadsheet has questline bosses mini boss. I can show you. It's got 165. Here. So this is what we've been going through. So I've done all of Limgrave, done Weeping Peninsula, and now we're on Lernia of Lakes. I have done more than what's on here at the moment, but I can't remember, so I'm having to go through and look if I've discovered the location, and yeah. But so far it says I've done 85 out of 165, but I know I've done more. But some have the same names, so then it's really confusing for me. So, yeah. Full grown. I feel like I've done that one. Maybe I did that one or not. I don't know now. I'm gonna untick it because I'm not sure. I know I've... See, that's what I mean. I know I've done a Falling Star Beast, and I'm like, ugh. Oh no, but I know. I didn't want to. I've come here to find a different boss or to see if I'd done one. And he then started attacking me. So I ran because I was like, I'm not going to do like any boss fights off stream. But I knew that he was there and I was like, You shouldn't die. There's no way to live. Exactly. And it seems to be going well so far today. But I've never heard that before too. Was I the only one who landed? If it's in the chat, then yes. But I'm guessing he's only mad at me because I sacrificed myself. I guess if I did, like, you know, if I let Millennia or whatever her name is, sacrifice herself, he wouldn't be mad at me. I don't know. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. He goes feral when his devotion to Rani and his loyalty to the Golden Order starts conflicting, I think. Oh, okay. So, did I do something to make that happen or no? It's diff quest lines, yeah. So does that mean there's some that I won't be able to get? Or no? But yeah, so today I've only got these 2 left. But yeah, so another night I have to sit down and I have to just search every single one, the location, see if I've been there. If I have, then I know I've done it, so then I tick it off. But there's some that I'm like, I don't even know. I don't know. And then even just looking at the picture, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah, that's the list that we are slowly going through. But if you would like to just look at it, like if anyone wants a copy of it, I'm happy to put it in my Discord. Like unticked, like the original version. I'm happy to do that if anyone wants to. If you follow Rani's questline, that will always happen. Here's her sworn protector given by the Golden Order, and her ambition goes against the Golden Order. Oh. I think I did follow her questline. Was that like when you find her in the cave and you like get the doll and things like that? I found her in a cave, I think. So maybe? Okay, so there's one here. So if we go here, then we'll go there. Yeah, that's the one. So I think I did do it then, yeah. I have an itchy arm. My eczema's pissing me off. Right, let's mark this. I said 8 hours. Why am I so tired? I don't want a nap. Well, maybe it sounds like you kind of need a nap. If you need a nap, you got a nap. Is it this way I gotta go? Yeah. Oh! It's okay. Yeah, but you're streaming. I can't nap. Of course you can nap. It's all good. We'll be back to normal next week, so I should be doing the 4 days, and everything will be back to normal. It's the bear. We're gonna have to kill the bear. It just doesn't let you get past. There we go. You are very important. Thank you, Demon. But your health is also really important. You gotta look after yourself. I feel like I went this way, and this is like 2 bosses in one. We only got 2 bosses left, so there was someone waiting outside, I think. And then I have to go in and do that boss as well. So that's why I couldn't get the grace, because there's someone outside, and I didn't want to do it. So this must be the... I don't know who this is. Maybe it's not a boss. Oh, it's not a boss. I wasn't sure though, I didn't want to risk it. I didn't want to risk it for you guys. I don't want you to miss any content. Moggy, thank you for letting me enjoy being here. I appreciate it. My arm is so itchy. Are the graces where you kind of say... Yeah, you save there. Yeah, it saves the game. They are the equivalent of bonfires. I was told I must touch that grace. Here I am. Hi, Dr. C. How you doing? Okay, so this is going to be the Black Knife Assassin. Ooh! That means there's a death route here. Because the beast eye is so quivering. But yes, you must touch Grace consensually. Right. Let's make our way through this catacomb, shall we? I'm gonna continue. I thought you were gonna play Persona. Which one is it? Oh, I don't think I have one. I'm gonna have to mark this. Ah! Oh my god, I can't hit it. Oh my god. Why can't I bring him? Why can't I just not kill it? Is it you? There we go. Okay. That was annoying. Yeah, I can't go in here. And I like knowing everything. So I am gonna mark this with, I don't know, that. So I know. You're getting upgraded to the big screen? Hell yeah. I changed my mind. I don't blame you. I get that all the time. Game decisions are hard. I get just debilitated trying to make a choice of like what I want to do in the evening. Oh, I need to go. Oh. Oh my god. I can't fucking kill it. Which is really annoying. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not working. So I guess we'll just carry on. This place sucks. It does, Bard. Hello, Bard. How you doing? Yeah, I can't kill none of these fuckers. Okay, not too bad. How's Bard today? Okay. Oh, there's another one. Oh. Get out of my face, you bitch. Oh, that one worked. Okay. Can we go through here? No. Where are we meant to go? Am I being blind? I'm confused. Hello, I am finally free. You cost money before that, chicken. Free? What are you free from? Game project's officially over. How did it go? Tell me everything. How did it go? Are you happy with it? Does that mean you're finished now? I think you said you got another year left, and I don't know. I don't know which way I'm meant to go. Am I missing something down here? Oh, dude! Oh, dude! I don't know where I'm meant to go. Let me adjust. Also, I bought a Switch too, so you gotta play it. You gotta make use of it, you do. Can't let it go to waste. Okay, I'm lost. It went really well, the team was great, and we have so many fans already. Aww, I love that. There were some people that showed up to every playtest until the very end. Aww, and they love the game. That makes me so happy to hear. That's so sweet. I bet that made you really happy. So you can relax for a little bit, or do you have to start, like, or do you have other modules you have to work on? Okay, I'm lost. I don't know where I'm meant to be going. Ah, what the fuck? Well, how are they up there? I'm confused. Am I missing something? Where am I meant to go? Well, it's not going to be in there. That's just stuff in there. Oh, I'm just back at the beginning. Is this the exit? Or was there a lift, maybe? No. Okay. No, I'm missing something. Technically, I have a few days to relax. Nice. Will you relax though, or will you be busy thinking about the stuff, all the stuff that you have to do when relaxing is over? Or are you gonna actually like relax? Because that's what I'd find. I was like, as soon as I finish a project at uni, I'd be like, well, I know I've got other modules to do, and they would kind of just encourage us to not just take 3 weeks off. So I didn't really get any time to relax. I'm looking forward to getting some rest off during Easter. Oh, does that mean you don't have to work? Aw. Yeah, that would be nice. Okay. I don't know what the fuck I'm meant to be doing. Am I missing something? I'm stuck. I'm not sure how to do this. I only have 3 days of work next week, which is nice. Hell yeah, is Easter that soon? When is Easter? I have to buy an Easter egg. Does anyone know where to go? Could they give me some help, please? We have some more game things to do still. We're setting up the game as student bar on the 1st of April. And we also have a guaranteed spot at a game showcase in town. And we also go to... That's really exciting. It's gonna go onto Steam. Oh my god. You'll have to tell me what it is so I can check it out. If you're happy with that. Where am I meant to go? Please, someone help me. Next week is Easter. Well, I am not prepared. I need to acquire an Easter egg for my partner. I forgot about Easter. Yeah, I don't really think about that much because my daughter's not at that point to be Easter hunting. Want a hint? Yes, please. Please and thank you. I know he bought me a nice dairy milk egg. So, it's in the room with the guillotines. The sneaky fuckers. I don't like that room. It's got those rude skeletons in it. Don't know how to spell it. No, it's all good. I understood what you meant. The message was clear, don't worry. We have to go back here.
It's 100% a bop.
Slay Queen Bop. Hi Dan! How you doing? Dean. How is Beyond Two Souls going? Do you just like stand on the guillotine? Is that a thing? I've never done that before. Can you do that? You can. It can be done. I never knew that. Thank you, Grim. I appreciate it. I actually never knew that was a thing. Oh, this is gonna be a watchdog, isn't it? Oh no, it's the Black Knife Assassin. Really weird. I'm sick? No, say it ain't so. I hope you feel better soon. And good so far, different from Heavy Rain for sure. Yeah, I think I bought them in a bundle like years ago on my PlayStation. I played Beyond Two Souls, but I played it with someone. And I always wanted to replay it because the choices I like that we made, it was never the choices I wanted to do. So, I always thought it was a good... I really liked it. I really liked the game. There was something about it. I think we've got to go down that little gap. Which one do you think you prefer? Or are you not ready to say yet? How are you? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Aha! There we go. See the gamer going. Oh no! Right, I guess we'll go kill this assassin. So far, Heavy Rain, but I do think it's still too early to tell. Ah, did you start it just last stream? I can understand that, Ben. I'll ask you at another time. I'll ask you at another time. Yes, ma'am. Alright. Let's get this boss done. Then we'll probably have an ad break and then we'll do the final one on the list. The little list. This list has been a lifesaver. I did wonder, I was like, there's gotta be a list out there that, you know. Oh, it's not the Black Assassin. Oh, okay. Why can't I heal? Oh, you little bitch. Let me just kill you! There we go. God, that was stressful. Again, they don't seem to have a lot of health. I don't know. That's both of them I seem to hit and do a lot of damage to. Death fruit. Nice. We'll take it to that guy. Take it to the guy and then probably run ads. Let me tick it off my list. Wait. I have to wait for my mouse to become available. Let me... Hopefully he won't turn around. So that was the cemetery shade. So we will tick that off. There's another boss in this catacomb. You missed something. Did I? Where did I miss it? I know I missed the, well, it's gotta be in there. What's in there? I've not been there. Unless that's a key. Did I? I know there's a secret room, but I don't have a key for it. Is it in, is that what you mean? Like in here. I don't have a key for it. Is that what you mean? It's an invisible wall. Oh, fuck off. This is, yeah, I thought that. An invisible wall. Oh, you little fucking bitch. Is it like up here? Or no? Is it somewhere else? Yes, okay. Up here somewhere. I just seen a mother playing with her young son by racing him on a path. She fell over and her boyfriend stood there laughing and it's oh. I hope she was laughing. Ah, there we go. Okay, we have ads starting in 1 minute though, so I will quickly run the ad break. You got it? Thank you guys. That must have been the one where I knew there was 2 in here and I didn't. I should have marked 2 to realize. She was. Okay, that makes me feel better. Alright, okay. I will run ads and then I'll be back in 3 minutes and we'll do this guy. And then we'll go give the guy the death fruit. Maybe try Godfrey again because I haven't marked off anymore. I actually hadn't anticipated to do 21 bosses in 3 hours, but I'd say that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. But yeah, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Hi, Rose. Hello, cutie. Hello, cutie patootie. Right, I'm back. How is Rose today? Alright. I guess we're on our last one then. Rose, thank you for the 35 streak. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, cutie. How you doing? Okay. Okay. I do not have a lot of health. But it should be fine. And a boom. Nice. This was an interesting room. Very small. Very small. I guess we're done. Mark it off the list. Mark it off the list. Eyes tired and mentally drained. Aw, I hope everything's okay. We will share the list. Because the list is done for today. Boom. So, we are in Learning of the Lakes. Tick. So we have done all of Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, and Learning of the Lakes. All done. Nice. How are you? I'm alright. I'm alright. Just doing the best I can. But Bubba had her assessment yesterday and got officially diagnosed with autism, so that's good. That's a positive. And I've managed to mark off all of these. I have done more. So at the moment it says we've done 86 out of 165. But I'm going to explain again for anyone who wasn't here when I explained. I haven't ticked off everyone I've done because the names are confusing. So I need to look at the location, see if I've done it. If not, then mark it. So for Wednesday's Elden Ring stream, I will I'll try and mark more because I didn't realize I had marked 21 for today and I didn't realize we would smash through them in 3 hours. Just a long day at Countryside trimming more trees plus random of... Oh, I see. I hope everything's okay though, like the arguments are resolved. Smashed it, yeah.
I'll tell you what, you really ticked me off, Tart to giggle.
You really ticked me off, Tart to giggle. Thank you guys. So yeah, then maybe tonight and I don't know, Monday night, I'll go through Caelid and see which ones I've done. And then Dragonbow, see which ones I've done. Yeah. Hopefully I'll get this middle one all marked out and we can get them done on Wednesday's stream. But yeah, so that's what we got. But if you guys are interested, I am happy to put the unedited one of this in the Discord. If anyone is interested in looking at it and having one for themselves, really. Yes. Like I said, I really like it because it counts it up for you. Always sounds so silly. It's just great. Tart to giggle. I'm glad I added it. Oh, I just took a screenshot. Okay, good to know. Alright, we'll take that off because that's a bit of loot in there that I'll need a key for. So I think we've done everything that I had planned. I have some markers, but I'm not sure why. I'm guessing it's just ones where... like things that I had keys for. But it says I have 5 down. Where are the 5? Where are the 5? But GG's, thank you. I wasn't expecting to have done them all. Really love the arguments better than usual, even if all of them almost ended in a fight. Oh god. I hate arguing. Like, if I'm witnessing arguing, I hate it. I hate, like, raised voices. It makes me feel so physically uncomfortable.
I won't forget. Again. Mine appetite. My sin. I must have more.
Oh my my god, you're so needy.
I must consume more.
I'm intrigued to see if we actually ever finish this. Cool. Great. Greedy bastard. Wow. That was raining. Has it ever rained before and I've just never noticed? But yeah, I'm like, what are all these markers I have down? And where are they? And is there a way I can see where they are? So we've got one there. 2. I don't know why that is there though. And we've got one there, 3. Let's take that off. I'm guessing that's gonna be a boss, but I'm not in that area yet. That's gonna be next, I reckon. Maybe it's underground? Oh look, there's one there. I think I put that there because Slade told me to go there, I think. Okay, right. Cool. Now I say Pokemon 2, play Mario Kart, I'm all over the place. I get that. You just get days like that though, where it's just not itching the itch. It's just not itching the itch. Okay. I guess we could try like the boss fight and see how that goes, because I do not think I want to go in this area right now. Was it here? I can't even remember. I can't even remember where it was. I should probably like maybe mark it. No. Where was it? It wasn't over here. We did that. Oh, was it here actually? I think it was here. I am important. I am important. Ah, it's interesting you can ride your horse around here. Yeah, this is where it was. Oh. Maybe it wasn't. Wait, I'm confused. Where is the boss fight? Or have I lost it? No, we've gone to the. Oh my god, okay. Oh no, wait! It was in the capital. It was in the capital. Where was it? I actually can't remember. Oh, you're always important. I don't remember what Grace it is. I think it's in the capital though. I know we can go to it from this way, I think. So maybe we'll do that. Was it this way? Queen's. Oh, is that where it is? I generally can't remember. Because I obviously like touched it. Ah, this must be it. Yes. Thank you, Bard. Okay, let's mark that one so I remember. Okay. We'll give it a go, but I'm not feeling very hopeful about it. Salute. We can learn some stuff, I guess. I'm more focused on finishing all the other bosses now. We did not get this point before. We did not get here before. You'll be fine. That was alright.
That will be all.
Slaying, thank you. That was alright, wasn't it?
Gives me good service. Siraj.
Oh my god, shaking. Can I pet that dog? I don't know if you want to. It's a bit bloody. I don't think we'll do it, but this is the furthest we have got, so... That dog has died. So, pretty happy with that. That's progress.
I've given thee courtesy enough.
Enough. Rawr. Rawr. He's naked now, that's how you know he's locked in. Should I get naked? Would that help?
Now
I'm already basically naked. Like, my character doesn't wear a lot of clothes anyway. Okay. Ooh. That's not great. He seems like, I don't know, easier to fight like that. I mean, I've not fought him, but he's not got like a huge weapon. Oof. The most naked one is the most powerful, clearly. Okay. We must only use our fists. But that was a solid attempt, I think. You know, we've gone to the second phase, which I had not done before. So I was pretty happy with that. It was, thank you. I think so too. I got some good hits in there. That was not good. I'm like dead. And we got like a poise break or whatever. Oh, he keeps interrupting me. Just imagine him naked and you'll be fine. That will help. That will do it. Every time I like tried to attack, I was like jumping and he like interrupted me and it was super rude. You could do it? Thank you, Grim. I think I could do it. I believe. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know if we'll do it today because like Malekith took me like 4 hours and I'm not prepared to stay here for 4 hours. Right? He does not like you healing, does he? Send in our spiritual energy for prayers. Can't spell the Elden Lord without T. That is true. They're good attempts, though. They're good attempts. They're not too bad. I don't know if we have, like, enough runes. No, we wouldn't be able to level up. I think we're, like, a good enough capable level. It's just dodging him at the right times. Thank you, guys. That was bad. I keep dodging into it is the problem. Like where I dodge is where you shouldn't be dodging. Where I'm very used to dodging and I'm dodging into it. Aw, thank you for letting me enjoy being here. You can get him for sure. I just gotta lock in. I gotta lock him. Like I said, I don't know if it'll be today, but there's definitely can be done. It can be done, I believe. Hi T. Hi, how you doing? Hi Fast, how are you doing? Okay. You cheeky little bastard. Not great. See, I'm not timing it right. I'm tired, got home from a party not too long ago and it was fun, hang out with friends, had a few drinks. Oh, that sounds like you had a nice time. Well, I'm glad to hear good and yeah, it sounds like you had a lot of fun and I love that. That makes me happy to hear. Sorry, my neck felt weird. Okay. Hopefully you can get some good sleep. I got a lock in. We have to analyze every movement and not be sloppy. Not like that. See then, I'm not timing right. Yeah, I had no chance then. I had no chance. I did not even get a moment to get off the ground. Maybe I can make some blood grease. I don't know if that would benefit me. You can try it. You can try jumping over stomp attacks. I personally find that easier because it feels like there's less of a delay between jumping and attacking them, rolling and attacking. You beat his stomp attacks. Okay. I'll try keep that in mind. Right. I don't know if this will work, but we'll see. So I don't know like its effectiveness on like proper bosses. But yeah, we'll see. I was trying to roll then. Just keeps hitting me with that fucking axe. Rolled at the wrong time. That was going well as well. Greasing it up, we were greasing up. I don't know if it does anything or not with him. My friend got married today. I was invited but unfortunately couldn't make it. Oh, that's sad that you couldn't make it, but I hope you had a lovely day. Congratulations to your friend. Oh. Happy things are happening. Not in this game though. This boss once learned is really satisfying. I can imagine. I do like they have second phases, but then it's like by the time you get to the second phase, like with Malaketh, I was not giving enough time to learn, so it's then having to go through the tediousness of the first phase to then get to, you know, the second phase. I'm not gonna grease it up actually. I feel like I'm just kind of wasting it because I don't really fully understand him yet. That'd been a good time to get a good hit in. Oh, I didn't know when to go. I'm gonna die. Her dad was an old record of mine when I worked in bars. He always had a very silly joke to tell me. Aww. Oh, that sounds sweet. Manika's first phase sucks. I don't know if that's a hot take, but I generally... No, yeah, definitely. Because I feel like the second one is more predictable. Not like predictable, but you can... I feel... The moves are easier to understand than the first one. The first one's just annoying. And unnecessary. But no, I agree with that. But the second phase does scare me. Oh my god, you're being so fucking aggressive. I really like watching this game because I only have info from the speedrun and what I saw from T, so this is epic. Aw, thank you, Demon. Yeah, I have like no knowledge of this game. Even to this point, I know nothing about this game. Yeah, exactly. It's just more normal in the second one. Yeah, it makes more sense. Whereas the first one, I feel makes no sense. Even when you feel like you learn it, it's like, why are you doing that? Why is that what you're doing right now? And I feel a bit cheaty, if that makes sense. Didn't realize he was gonna do that. Okay, I think I'm getting it more. I say. I say. Oh, I'm so fucking good. Oh, it was going so well. I feel like I was getting really in tune with the moves. We also be doing the DLC. I want to do the DLC, but I have been playing this since November, like consistently. So I think I need a little bit of a break before I do the DLC. Because I'm going crazy. You know, it's been a while. Is this the next story boss to yeah, it is. We have to do this to be able to continue the game. We have other optional bosses, but I haven't set them up yet. I thought 21 would be more than enough for today's stream, but apparently not. Oh my god, he's like stunning me so much. Too early. fucking stamina. Yeah. I have no fucking stamina. Reminds me, I beat the DLC yesterday. Did you? Is that for the first time? The DLC is pretty brutal. That's why I think I really need a break. I think, you know, for my soul, I need a break. But, you know, I think we're going to do Hades next, I think. And then I think I'm going to do like a poll like in Discord between different games. So like maybe God of War, Baldur's Gate, a Resident Evil game, maybe Pokemon, like different options. People can decide what the next game's going to be. For the first time? Damn. I forgot when I got it, but I'm guessing you probably got it on release. Damn. Were you happy? Is it like a roll credits kind of moment to know you've done the DLC? Let me push my glasses. Oh.
Twas nobly fought.
I was trying to get out so I could heal. I feel like that was going alright though. I feel like I'm understanding him more. No, it was quite a bit later actually. Oh, okay. Okay. Hmm. There's one boss in the DLC that might generally be impossible for a lot of people. Have you managed to do it? It feels like I've ascended to godhood in the messiest possible way. I clutched that shit. Oh, I'm so happy for you. So to beat the DLC, is it like you have to beat a certain boss? I'm also not too worried about DLC spoilers, so you can generally just tell me whatever the fuck you want about the DLC. I do not give a crap. It's just the main game I care about. But the DLC, like, go for it. I don't care. Like, pretty much for every boss in the game, beating it is only a matter of time except for that DLC boss. I see. So it's like, no matter, like, how hard. Oh, I didn't fucking do my buff. Lich, chore time. Oh, good, Rose. I appreciate you. And I hope you have good chores. Thank you, cutie. We probably won't do it today. DLC I am is better than main game. Really? What, like, you think the story is better? Miquella. Is that who the story boss is? The DLC boss? It's crazy difficult. How many hours do you think you spent doing it? Oh god. In every aspect, really interesting. Do you feel like it gives you more story? Because I feel like in this game, I don't feel like it gave you lots of stuff. Like, it did, but I think because like the game's so big, it's so sprinkled out. I don't even know. It was not in one sitting. Yeah. 2 sittings? 3 sittings? I want you to go back in time and I want you to time yourself, please and thank you. hard to kind of roll out of. Yeah. That's hard to roll out of. I can tell I'm doing better though. I can tell I'm doing better. More like 5? What, 5 sittings? Wow. That boss took me 58 attempts as a rather... Did you count? Damn. As a rather experienced Souls player. Damn. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued of who they are. I mean, if I looked at my art book, I could probably just see. Alright, we'll probably do like a couple more attempts because we've got ads starting in 17 minutes. So we might end stream there because I am quite tired as well. But I feel like we did good. We did good. And I feel like I've learned a lot about this boss as well. And we got into the second phase for the first time. I say it as I'm gonna like immediately die. I feel like that should have not been a thing. I feel like it's so hard to get out of. I was meant to roll! I was meant to roll! I rolled and I accidentally hit the button with my finger. Like in the DLC, you get the best bosses, best areas, best music, best everything. Oh, okay, interesting. I look forward to it. And I do really want to do it, but I generally think I just have to have a break. Like, I've been playing this game way too long. For me to like fully enjoy it as well. Like the boss spoiler alert is bullshit. Like it's complete bullshit. Like I said, I don't really mind like spoilers. It was just the main game. I was more conscious of spoilers. I think the only kind of spoiler I wouldn't want now is about the ending of the game. I feel like that was a really good attempt. can't spoil that one. It's a really cool reveal. Oh, the ending? Yeah. I'm really excited. You should definitely take a break after this. I think so too. I think so too. I'm a bit concerned because we're going into phase 2 and I did not have full health. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Shit. I mean the boss, okay. Shit. That was not the time to heal! Fuck's sake. No! No! We were so close! No! It was like that close. I think we were doing so well. My heart is like in my chest. He's so much easier! What do you mean? I need to... I feel like I got the recipe now. He seems so much easier. I need to calm down a sec. Really, really good attack. It was so good. It was so good. It was right there. I know. I know. If I had dodged just at the right time and he hadn't like scooped me up, I would have had it. I think I would have had it. It was nobly fought. That was so close. Right. It was so close, I could feel it. I could feel it. I'm gonna snooze ads. It says in 10 minutes, but I'm going to make it 15 minutes. I felt like that was it. I was like, oh. I bet Bleed was gonna proc on the next hit too. It was so fucking close. It was so close. We didn't get all scoopy at the last second. Literally. I think I did really well in that second phase, considering I had no idea what the second phase was. He got scared. Fucking little pussy. He got greedy. Does he not know? Greedy is bad. Oh, I was meant to roll, and I didn't for some reason. Okay. Ooh. Dude, that's not fair. I couldn't see through whatever was happening. Okay. I like that one. I think I am learning it. Ooh. Getting the timing on that one where he's like in the air as well. Like the not in the air. Does he not know greedy is a sin? I don't think he does. Oh shit. Okay. Fuck. No, I'm dead. That was not good. But I feel like I've got it figured out, especially the first phase. I think we'll try once more, and then we'll probably end there. Because we have been going for 4 hours. Okay. But yes, greedy is a cardinal sin as well. Lock in. I will lock in. We will lock in. I don't know if this helps, but we'll throw it on. You're shaving through his... Yeah, I got it figured out. I feel like I'm doing really good at that. Like he does like... I was really confused then why he wasn't moving. Like when he does 3 hits and then he does 2 hits and things like that. Usually I'll get 2 in there. Not great. He had me good then. That one I find it so hard to dodge. We were right there. You should try to dodge more than you attack in the first phase. Grandpa be having episodes again. I feel like I'm dodging. He does like 3 swings, and then when he's done, I then hit. Playing without the music, am I? I don't know. I can hear music. Yeah. I can hear music. That one didn't count. Okay, we'll try one more time. That was right at the halfway then as well. Zero deaths, yeah. This is my first attempt. Oh shit. Nobody saw anything. Hi Tempest. It is that guy. To get out to heal. Yeah, the music's there. It's probably just lower than default. Oh yeah, there definitely is, but that's just how I like it. I could definitely hear the music then. I don't know about anyone else, but the music was definitely very prominent. Okay. One more go. And then that is it. I'm getting so much better at it though. Just sometimes you just dodge 1 second too late. Alright, let's go, bitch. Let's dance, bitch. So I don't know how you get out of that one if you're like right in the proximity. I think we'll leave it here. I think we got it next stream though. I reckon we'll go into it on Wednesday. And it would be like Malekith, where we'll just go in and within the first hour, it will be done, I reckon. We're like near enough there. That one attempt where it was like, I just had to breathe on him and he would have been a goner. A gooner. A gooner. Okay. Well, that went much better than I thought. I can already smell it for Wednesday. Me too. Me too. I can smell the victory. It's gonna go so well. Okay. Where shall we go today? Thanks for having me, T. Thank you for being here, Muggy. I appreciate it. I appreciate you all for being here. I'm sorry this week's streams were bit all over the place because of things had to be done. But I will be back Tuesday, and we will hopefully be getting some art done. And Wednesday will be Elden Ring. Friday we will finish Undertale, and I'll have to plan a different game afterwards because I don't think we have long, probably like half an hour or something of Undertale left, I think. And then Saturday will be more Elden Ring. So, yes. Look forward to it. Yes, super close. I know. I could feel it. I could feel it. But I know that if I come into it on Wednesday like fresh, I think we'll do it. We'll do it pretty quickly. Because I'll wake up Wednesday morning with that mentality. I did not have the mentality we were going to try him today, so I'm really happy with that. Thank you for this stream, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you, cutie. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good day too. Thank you for this stream, bestie. Thank you for being here, Demon. I hope you continue to feel better. Feeling fresh to death, and then bam. Exactly. I'm gonna get good sleep and get that fucking good ass sleep. I'm gonna wake up and gonna be like, today I'm gonna fuck him up. And we're gonna do it. It's gonna be the first thing we do. Wednesday stream. Gonna go into it. I'm gonna fuck him up. Thank you for stream. Very fun to see how far you've come. Bard, you've like followed me all the way. Bard, I remember you followed me when I tried playing it one of the other times and did not get far. So you've been here for like the whole thing. For this whole playthrough. Okay, I don't know where we're gonna go. Slow is doing Dark Souls Remastered, but Slow is like pretty big, but that's the only kind of relevant person on my list. So, or we could go to Lander. Lander's doing some makers. Or we could go Mali. Mali's doing some Skyrim. Okay, thanks, bye. Okay, thanks, bye, Billy. Yeah, but I've been missing lately. That's all good. You have commitments. You have to focus on what's important, you know. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Like, even if like you're busy, I appreciate you still. You know. I still appreciate you. All good options. I see the ads coming up and they're making me stressed. I think we'll go Mali. We'll show Mali some love because we raided Lander recently. Oh, Mali. There we go. All right. I appreciate you guys. I will be back Tuesday. We'll do some art. I was really excited to do art Tuesday, but then just things happened and I felt like I just couldn't stream. But I look forward to it. Bye-bye, saves. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your weekend, start of your week. I love you guys. I appreciate you. Look after yourself. And I will see you guys on Tuesday. Okay, I love you. Okay, bye. Bye. Thank you for the subs and the streaks and the follows and everything. Thank you. And the biddies. I appreciate you guys very much. Look after yourself. Stay safe. Bye.